Ta-da! Hello! As you can see, the stream setup today is a bit of a mess, but I figured I'd give us something here in the bottom right to kind of be our little Cocomelon Subway Surfers going on. I've got Obsidian in the bottom left to have our notes visible. I've got a very, very rough map of the region up in the top right so that we can see that there. And I've got the rest of the space filled by our POKEDEX. So we can see everything that we're working on all at once. Be proud of me. Clap. Shower me with praise for my organizational skills. Or, don't. I'm not really that insecure about that. I do know that this is a lot, on screen at once. Missing Subway Surfers, though? I know. I mean... Alright, I can do this. I have a plan. There we go. Perfect. But yeah, I will give people a couple minutes to filter in while I finish setting up, because I don't have the... I'm not putting Modern Maple in the RuneScape chat box. I don't need that many things open at once. I need to finish adding the stuff over to the Pokedex here. I hate that my brain can perfectly track all of this at the same time. I know, isn't it great? If you ever wondered, like, what my usual working setup is, it's basically something like this. I leverage my ADHD for evil. Anyway, I was adding the remainder of the Pokemon that were already confirmed for the Dex to this. And then I have taken a couple out as well. Mostly things like Iron Valiant from the routes line, because I don't think they need to necessarily occupy the Pokedex space. We will add space for them at the very bottom after we're done with everything else, and then we can worry about putting them back in. Also, I should probably give us some form of background music. Would you all like RuneScape music? And I'll just put the RuneScape music on shuffle. So that would be, in this case, this. I'm always a big fan of RuneScape music. It's such a bop. I think we'll stick with the RuneScape music. This is Pinball Wizard. It's so catchy. Anyway, let me finish adding the rest of the Pokemon here to the Pokedex, and then we can go over the region map. And this will also give people time to filter in and stuff while I quickly set that up. So I had just added Wishy Washy, which means now I need Petalil, I need Lilligant. I'm just going off the image that I had saved of the Pokedex here. We need Fungus. We need Amoongus. We need Octillery. And with Octillery, you have to have Remoraid, and you have to have Mantike and Mantine. And then we got Shuppet and Bannet. Then we've got Misdreavus, we've got Mismagius, we've got Strudel, we've got Grafaiai, we've got Smearglay. I like calling them Smearglay. Also, Smearguru, I think is from Pokopia. Immaculate design on this creature here. Big fan of Smearguru. Okay, so we've got Smeargle. We've got Grimer and Muck. Same with like regional variants and stuff. We'll put them all at the very bottom once we're done with everything else. Because this has a pretty useful utility for us, which is why I'm using this as the Pokemon Maker. Which is if I go all the way to the top here, this type counter will let us see how many Pokemon of each type we have. It does have some exceptions here, like you can see, like, you know, Oricorio is solo flying, Hoopa is solo psychic, etc., etc., but it will give us a good enough idea of what our type layouts are, because I don't want us to accidentally make a region that just has, like, 2 fire types or whatever. Like, I want it to have at least something resembling a balanced layout. Though, obviously, there are difficulties in this, like, there's just simply more bug Pokemon and more normal Pokemon than there are, like, steel types, for example. And then there's only, like, there's 3 ice-type Pokemon, and they're all Weavile. Every single one is Weavile. It's weird. That is to say, I expect us to have some amount of imbalance here in the types, but I don't think that we'll have, like, a completely untenable one. There's Delibird. Then we need, I always forget, what's Volcarona's pre-evolution called? Larvesta? I think it's Larvesta. It is! And then we got Litwick, Lampent. Also, shoutouts to the Chandelure line. I know a lot of people like to bash on the, like, object Pokemon. I think Chandelure is such a cool design. Like, I love the escalation of it between its forms. I love, like, just how cute it is. I love ghost types in general. I think ghosts are up there, if not just outright my favorite type. Chandelure in, like, the Pokemon fighting game, Pokken Tournament, immaculate. Just really good Pokemon. Big fan. We'll put Zorua and Zoroark. We'll put Trubbish. Garbodor. Clink, Clang, and Klinklang. Porygon line goes in next. I know, Chandelure is so cool. It's such a good Pokemon. Honestly, I think a lot of the people who bash on the Pokemon are just objects now. Ice cream Pokemon. Like, first off, Execute is just eggs. Like, Execute is out here looking like me at the end of an hour-long Deadlock game, just eating 60 eggs. So, like, we've always had object Pokemon. Secondly, Chandelure's great. I love Klefki. Like, Klefki isn't just a key ring, it has tiny little arms that it's holding the keys with. It's a fairy that looks a little like a key. So, like, fight me. Object Pokemon are cool. We've got Aromatisse. We've got Spritzy. A Taste of Hope. This RuneScape song was playing. I think that's Theater of Blood? I think this is Theater of Blood. Good song. Good raid, too. At some point, if I can get a group together, I'll show off the RuneScape raids on stream, but I am not nearly good enough to, like, effectively solo most of the raids. I can solo Tombs of a Mascot. I can't solo Theater of Blood, and I haven't tried soloing Xeric on the main game. Geodude is literally just a rock with arms. Exactly, like, there's always been Pokemon that are more or less, like, quote-unquote inspired than others, but the thing is I don't think any Pokemon, yes, even you, Bruxish, is a bad Pokemon design per se. Like, there are ones that I definitely personally don't like. Like, I am not a huge fan of the, like, Barbaracle, Binacle line. I'm definitely not a fan of Baxcalibur. I don't think it looks particularly Pokemon-y, but the thing is every Pokemon is somebody's favorite Pokemon, you know? Like, yeah, like, Trubbish is a great example. I know a lot of people who hate on Trubbish. I love Trubbish. Baxcalibur is Godzilla? Yeah, it also is ugly and doesn't look like a Pokemon. It looks like a ripoff of a Pokemon. But that's okay. Baxcalibur, again, I think every Pokemon has its place. For example, Baxcalibur, even though I personally do not like the line at all, I do not like it from a competitive sense, I do not like it from a design sense, I do kind of like the name. I like the name. Baxcalibur is a good name for a Pokemon. But it's also the ace Pokemon of the final gym of this region. Like, I think every Pokemon has its place. Wingull, Pelipper. Because the other thing is, too, is, like, I think every Pokemon also just, like... Does Torkoal have a pre-evolution? I don't think it does it? You need Pokemon of a bunch of different types to kind of add that variety to the game. Like, you can't have as many cool Pokemon without, like, having a couple less cool Pokemon to add that, like, contrast, you know? It's like cake. Cake is delicious. If you eat nothing but cake, you're gonna feel pretty sick pretty quickly. I love Okidogi, even though it looks dumb as hell. I love Okidogi. I think it also is pretty fun. Is Banjo-Kazooie, but green. And you know what? I love that for them. Then we got Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to select everything. Galvantula. This is such intense music for just idly adding Pokemon to, you know. What is Lokix's pre-evolution called? Was it Hop? No, it wasn't Cricket, it was... oh my god, why can't I remember Lokix's pre-evolution? Nimble. Nimble's the name. This is how you can tell that I'm getting old. I don't remember every single Pokemon, just off the back of my head. Also in this region, I know we didn't discuss this, I'm adding, Ledian, because I love Ledian, and Ledian got the short end of the stick, and we can very easily custom adjust stats and movesets and stuff in Cobblemon. So we're buffing Ledian and making it usable, because I love that Pokemon, and it is a crime that it just is so bad. Oh, we also gotta bank our fish. So another thing is I'm going to be tasking all of you for noticing when I have stopped fishing on RuneScape. You see my inventory down here in the corner? How it's a little bit hard to see, but probably a little bit easier for you to see because you probably have this larger than I do on my screen. Just let me know when my inventory fills up, or you can see there's a little red not fishing up here in the top left corner of it. Just poke me. We're gonna get ourselves some real EXP rates here. I'll even put an EXP tracker up so we can see. Because why do one thing when I can do many things? You know? Ledian did get a bad hand TBH. Yeah, we're also probably going to be fixing Tinkaton. Because why is the Pokemon that hits rocks at birds in the sky with a hammer that is larger than it is in the same tier of attack as a Bellsprout? Bellsprout! It has the same attack as Bellsprout. It has less attack than Slowbro. It has less attack than Weepinbell, too, because Bellsprout gains attack after evolving. Like, it has such a bad attack stat that it is, like, personally offensive to me. How dare they? Anyway, let me quickly get the rest of the Pokedex in here. I think I'm getting closer to the edge. Charcadet. Then we've got Armarouge. We've got Cerulege. We've got Arctibax, Frigibax, and Baxcalibur. We've got Noibat and Noivern. Noivern is another Pokemon that I just think is really cool. We've got Dino, Svylus, and Hydreigon. We've got Bagon. We've got Shelgun. And we've got Salamence. We've got Shelmet. We've got Excelgort. We've got Carablast. And we have Escavalier. Oh, there was actually more here than I thought. Also, if you want to look at the top right side here, this is currently the plan for the region layout. We start in Seraph Town. Haxorus is not in the previously made list, but it will be going in, because I do think Haxorus is very fitting. Let me quickly finish adding in the rest of the ones that we already had. This way we can just get to, like, you know, the new stuff. Because we'll also need to figure out what's going in what region, kinda. Scythor, Caesar, and Cleavor. Cleavor I will actually have as a separate slot in the Pokedex here instead of down in the regional variants. Then we have Rookie D, and the other ones are Corvisquire and Corviknight. Why is it playing all of the intense music in RuneScape? Let me... There we go. That's a little bit less, over the top for gently adding Pokemon to the Pokedex. Lost my place. Wait. I was at... I just added Indeedee, then we have Sneasel, the Sneasler, and Weavile. Beware is another one that I kind of want to add. Then we have Phalanx. We have Revavroom. We have Varoom. We have Marini. We have Toxapex. What's the first form of the Unpheasant line called? Pit of, thank you. Alright, so then we have the Pit of line, we have Mawile, and we have Minccino and Cinccino. And then down here, at the very bottom would be where we'd put our mythicals and stuff. I'm gonna leave them out for now. We'll come back to them. Because essentially what I was thinking is that each town would have an associated mythical Pokemon. We'll also need to decide on the fossil Pokemon, which those can go at the bottom as well. And the Ultra Beasts. Because all of the Ultra Beasts were not planned to be in, all of the fossil Pokemon were not planned to be in, but we'll want to decide on what ones are going in. One that is guaranteed to be going in is Aurorus. So, now, there's a couple things to decide on before we get, because now we're caught up on, like, in the Pokedex. So we have 159 out of our, like, 400 slots, but we'll have some slots for mythicals, legendaries, stuff like that. So realistically speaking, I would say that we have closer to 350-ish slots to fill. But there's things that we need to figure out. First things first is we do have Gigantamax, we have Mega Evolution, we have Z moves, and we have Terastallization. All of the main gimmicks are in, right? But whereas Gigantamaxing, we could just have any Pokemon Gigantamax. Like, that's just a thing that any Pokemon can do. Not every Pokemon can Mega Evolve. So we will want a good variety of Pokemon that are able to Mega Evolve. Right? In fact, I will come down to the bottom here and I will just quickly add in some of the fossils and Ultra Beasts, just so that they're here. And we can always expand our roster size later. So we got Aurorus, we got Amaura. I think Aerodactyl should be in as a fossil, just because A, it is able to Mega Evolve, and it fits in the area. The area where I was thinking that the fossils would come from is below Fort Kinoroma, underground in the mountains. There is an archaeological dig site town, which also needs a name, by the way. It will need a, like, font-related name. But, that's where I was thinking the fossil Pokemon would be coming from. So, they're excavated fossils from deep below a mountain ridge that is currently covered in dragon and ice-type Pokemon. So while they don't have to strictly be things that could have become dragons or, like, ice-type stuff, it would make more sense for them to be and would be thematically fitting with the region. As for our Ultra Beasts, I was thinking Xurkitree, because it fits pretty well in with the more modern cities of Futura, Kerning City, etc. Basically, the gist I was going for the Ultra Beasts was that they are Ultra Beasts from long, long ago. As in, like, they're not a currently arriving thing in the region. They are a thing that landed in the region a long time ago and have since kind of integrated a little bit into the region. They're not common, but they've managed to kind of make their way. So out in the Poison Swamp, I was thinking we would have Poipole and Naganadel. In the castle ruins and up on the mountains, we would have Stakataka. And Celesteela, we would find somewhere to shoehorn in, because I love Celesteela, it's my favorite Pokemon. Blackletter would be a good one to pull from, because it's the oldest typeface. I like that. And you know what? Deep underground there, that's also probably where the Unknown are going to be. Which also means that Blackletter works really well, given that the Unknown are just black letters. So, that's the perfect name. Well done, Hound. That's one fewer thing we need to really worry about there. As for the rest of our fossil Pokemon, I don't know how many fossil Pokemon we want here. So that's a question for us to figure out first, I guess. The Unknown are also out in the forest and deep underground in the library and stuff, yes. Oh, my inventory is full of fish again. Gotta bank those. Realistically speaking, I think we should either, do 5 total fossil Pokemon. So, like, Amaura and Aurorus and Aerodactyl would make up 3, so we'd either need 2 more fossil Pokemon to fill out the ranks. So either 2 single stages like Aerodactyl, or like 1 more multi-stage like Kabuto Kabutops, or like Tyranitar, etc. Or we could do a second row of fossil Pokemon and get a pretty large variety of fossils to work from. A lot of people seem to like the Tyrant line and Tyranitar, and I think they also fit in quite well with, like, became the, like, Dragon Mountain. Funnily enough, this just means this is just the Gen 6 fossils and Aerodactyl. However, I would like to put as well, because I think it would work well in the Underground Fortress, Bastiodon and Shieldon forward as suggestions. Because basically, below 14 Aroma, it becomes castle ruins that go down through the mountain. And those castle ruins contain a whole bunch of stuff like Honedge, Ceruledge, Charcadets, Escavalier, etc., etc. Like, that contains all of those sorts of Pokemon. And I think Bastiodon and Shieldon would be a fun thing there. Archeops was also one that I wasn't sure on yet. I personally love Arcan and Archeops. I just don't know if they necessarily fit for the region theme. I did not sleep. I accidentally took a large sip of concentrated espresso at 10 p.m. I wish that was me. I love espresso at too late of an hour. I'm actually drinking a French vanilla coffee right now with a double shot of espresso that I brewed into it, and I might go make another in a minute because I'm almost out. I like my caffeine. If we were going to add the Arcan and the Archeops line in here, which I'm fine with doing that, it helps us add in a little bit more flying type and rock type. But, that does leave us with kind of an uneven number here, which I'm not that against. I'm fine with us just having, like, a fossil slot that's empty, because I don't necessarily think the Kabutops or the Omastar or Cradily, like, Armaldo, etc., those are all, like, ocean Pokemon. And I think the Generation 8, like, mishmash fossils also don't necessarily work for what we're going for here. So the only other option, really, that I think would make sense would specifically be, like, the Rampardos line. But I feel like that's kind of just made redundant by having Tyranitar, who is objectively just the cooler Rampardos. Agreed? Rampardos does have its own niche, but, like, we're working on technically limited slots here. Ramparts, though, very... You know, Passel, you might have convinced me. It is also only 2 slots. Cranidos is the pre-evolution. Alright, so, now then, we have a lot of slots to fill in here. I know Mino wanted the Haxorus line. And I think Haxorus works really well as something that could be either up on top of the mountain, like in the dragon area, or in the castle area. Kartana is not in yet. I was debating, because right now we have a pretty even, like, Ultra Beast layout here. With Circuitry over in Futura and probably Komisa City, maybe Kerning City. Stakataka up in Fort Tinaroma, down near Blackletter Dig, and then Poipol Naganadal out in Textura. But Kartana would be an interesting add as well. So I'm going to keep the other Ultra Beasts and Mythicals and Legendaries kind of on the back burner until we get back down here. Do we have Skarmory in the dex yet? I've always viewed it as a descendant of Aerodactyl. We do not yet. So Skarmory is one of my favorite Pokemon. We do have Corviknight, which kind of fills a very similar niche. And then we have, right now, if I scroll all the way up to the top here, we have a very, very large amount of flying-type Pokemon relative to everything else right now. So, while I love Skarmory a lot, I've kind of been on the fence about adding it, just because we have so many flying types as is. I don't know if the Team Yell cars are extant in Cobblemon, are they? Is Gastrodon in? Gastrodon is not yet in. So if I go over to my Obsidian here, down here, you can see in the bottom left, I have a maybes section for some of the towns. So what I was thinking is, right, is quickly going through and we'll add the towns and we'll take from the current Pokedex that we have and fill the towns out really quick, right? So we'll decide what Pokemon should be around in what town. And while we're figuring that out for each of the towns, we can then figure out, A, which towns need more Pokemon, right? Because some of them, like Calibri, for example, has a lot of stuff crammed into it already. But, like, Port Futura is a little bit light on Pokemon, and, like, Tinaroma also just has a ton. So, I'm not hugely against certain towns having more Pokemon availability than others, but I don't want there to be a town where it's like, oh yeah, here's the town where you can only catch 2 Pokemon, you know? So I kind of want to first figure out, from what we already have, what would go where. And then, from there, we could figure out what areas we're lacking. Because I want to fill out the types to be a little bit more even. I want to make sure each town has... Also, for the record, the towns here, this is also counting the surrounding routes of them. So, like, for example, in, like, Tinaroma here, you wouldn't necessarily be able to catch, like, you know, Baxcalibur in the city itself, but you would be able to catch the Baxcalibur line out on the mountains nearby it. So this counts the city and sort of the surrounding routes to it, just as, like, a general area type deal. So, to kind of go off of this, also you can see there is an associated mythical thing. I was thinking each city would have a mythical Pokemon associated with it in some way that would either be not necessarily catchable or, like, part of a side quest, but there would only be one for each town. So, to kind of make this a little bit more, workable here. What would we have in Komisa City? Komisa City is basically a comic book town. Like, think like superheroes. The city is always, like, almost always pictured at night, despite the fact that it clearly does still have daytime. Masked crusaders, lots of, like, criminal activity happening around, lots of, like, modern city architecture. So anything that would kind of fit that sort of, like, superhero theme or modern city theme would be here. Thievel was one that I was considering. So I'll add Thievel here to the maybes. Because what I want to do is I want to go through the cities with what we have so far. And we'll figure out what goes to what city. And then after that, we can see what cities are lacking stuff. As for what we have here so far, Oh, wait, I should also jot down, what the gym type is for this. So, like, Komisa City, for example, is a fighting psychic gym. They don't necessarily need to have all of the types of their gym. Like, for example, Tinaroma has a lot of steel and ghost types and stuff from the castle ruins below it. But the gym itself is dragon and ice. I do know Heracross will be here. Lucario's a maybe. Lucario is also a Pokemon that can fill out our Mega Evolution roster, and is, in general, just a fairly popular Pokemon that I think a lot of people would like to see in the region. It's a modern city, so there would, of course, be Grimer, Muck, there would be Trubbish, and Garbodor. It's also, again, a modern city, so there would be Pidove, there would be, what's the mid form of Unpheasant? What is the mid form of Unpheasant? I just had it before. Like, it's this one right here. Tranquil. Yeah, so we'd have Pidove, Tranquil, and Unpheasant. Because you can't have a modern city without pigeons in it. Of course, we would have Vroom, or Varoom, and Revavroom. Varoom and Revavroom. We would have... Nimble and Lokix. Rats and Raccoons. I was thinking maybe having the Zigzagoon line, but I do think that a Rattata line, specifically like the Alolan Rattata line, would work really well. Because you could have Rattata in other areas and the Alolan areas where they make sense, like in like the cities and stuff. It's not in the dex, though, yet, so I'll add it as a separate thing currently. Lediba and Ledian, I think, would be in the areas surrounding the city, because Ledian always gave me, like, Tokusatsu, like, Super Sentai vibes. We would have Hawlucha. Because what is Hawlucha if not a masked superhero? What else do we got here? I think the Ralts line could be maybe present here. It is a fighting psychic gym. And Gallade, while not giving, like, full superhero vibes, does give some amount of, like, hero vibe. And would work really well in the gym itself. Not that all of the gyms need to have Pokemon specifically from that town. But I think Ralts, Kirlia, Gallade, and Gardevoir would be a good addition to this town. What else do we got? Shuppet and Banat could be maybe. Klinklang and Klinklang feel like they could be here. They're in a lot of regions here. But I think that, like, that would fit. I'm thinking this is where we get our region's Ditto, because what's more superhero than, like, a shapeshifter? Porygon, Porygon 2, and Porygon Z would work here as well, being the most modern city in the area. Joltik and Galvantula are maybes for the region. I'm also thinking specifically Excelgor being here, but not Shelmet. I'm thinking Shelmets specifically come from the mountain near Blackletter Dig, but once they lose their armor and become like a broody, you know, exiled ninja, then they come out to Komisa City. And then maybe Carablast is here, because then you could have the Escavalier and the Shelmets over in the mountain. The Shelmets that lose their armor and become exiled ninjas come to the city seeking revenge, whereas Carablast go out to the mountain to steal the armor. Because they're trade evolutions. Scyther doesn't feel like it necessarily makes sense here, but it would be a maybe for the region. Okay, so I think as far as the stuff that we have, that's probably it for Komisa City. Before I move us to the next city, are there any Pokemon you can think of that are, like, criminally not present here? Because, like, I can definitely think of one, and that would be Palafin. Which, while it's a little out of place in terms of, like, water, I think another one is the Crocodile line. I think would fit super well because you have the sort of like myth of gators in the sewers. And Crocodile is a very classic like villain Pokemon. Scrafty I think could work here as well. Yeah, that's more Kerning City, but they do overlap, and then we could put the crocodiles out in the swamps near Kerning City as well. Just like Maple Story Kerning City. As far as other superhero-y Pokemon, maybe the Bisharp line? I like Bisharp a lot. I also think Bisharp could work well in the ruins below Tinoroma. Medicham could work. It fits the typing super well. Actually, let's just go here. Let's go up here, and we will select, fighting type Pokemon. Machamp is a potential line here. As for starters, I'm going to leave starters off for now. I like Breloom a lot. I don't necessarily think it fits here, but I'd like to keep Breloom in the back of my mind. Oh, right. There's the, Conkeldurr line. In fact, I think I'm just going to add, them directly. They are the Veiny boys, but they fit way too well in Futura. They fit way too well in Komisa City. They fit way too well in Kerning City. They're too perfect for the region for me to not have them here. What's the starter form for them called? I forget. Because there's Girder and Conkeldurr. Timber. Thank you. Yeah, I think they're too fitting of an addition to not have them here. As for our other fighting types, what else we got? Lucario's a maybe. Toxicroak is a maybe. I think Toxicroak would fit more over in the swampy area, but the thing is we can have multiple Pokemon in multiple areas. Also, hi, okay? Sock and Throw are maybe. Sock and Throw. Urshifu, I am explicitly not having in the region because it is a legendary, and also I think it is the largest plague to hit competitive since, like, Incineroar. Urshifu is just outright a nightmare to deal with. Also, it would be in the legendaries discussion anyway. Legendary / mythicals. Where are my Gimmighoul fans at? Not fighting, but still. So, Gimmighoul and Golden Go, I was thinking they would be out in Tinoroma. In the maybes, you can see there's a lot of maybes down here for that. The Pawmo line could work. That adds an electric type. So we'll add Pawmo and Pawmo. Manaphy's a mythical. I think, In terms of legendaries with evolutions, there are other ones. Alright, there is Paw Me, too. Oh, wait. This. There we go. Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan are maybe... let's check Psychics and see what we have. Girafarig, I definitely kind of am considering for other parts in the region, so we'll keep them in our mind. Gothitelle, Gothita, and Gotharita are also guaranteed in. I think they need to be in the Dark Academia City. Like, I think they're just... They need to be there. I like Behem, Alien Invasion of the City. That's maybe an option. I'm also a big fan of Esper. And I think Malamar would be another fun one, because Kamisa is technically also right on the coast. So having a couple water-typey Pokemon wouldn't be, like, out of place. And Malamar feels very, like, super villain, you know? Hello, Sapling! Inkay and Malamar. Alright, so I think this fills out Kamisa City decently for now, and we can come back to this. I think... I'm just gonna add these as well. Just because I think they're too fitting for the area, and also they can be reused elsewhere. So they have, like, efficiency in terms of spacing. How do you spell this? It's... Okay, K-O-R-O. Also, let me bank my fish. I love fishing. We get background music out of this, and I get fishing levels. It's the perfect heist. Alright, so we got Krokorok and Crocodile. Alright, so that's for these. What city should we do next? For Futura, I've only got a couple here, but I want to come back to that. Calibri, we've got a lot already, and there's more that we could add. Tina Roma has probably the most out of any city so far. And Vedica has like a decent number too. So I think what we should do next is, let's figure out Courier Town. Because Courier Town, if you look at the layout, it's connected to the most towns. It's basically our hub city. Do you want to go through the current confirmed decks first and do assignments? Yes. Unless there's something that we come across, like, kind of just in the realm, like, if we come across something that just feels like it needs to be in because it's too perfect to not be, right? Think like Conkelder there, where it has to be in the big modern cities, or like Gothavel in the Dark Academia region. We'll for now basically scroll through our current Pokedex and assign stuff as we go. And this will also help us figure out a little bit about what, like, the towns are like aesthetically. Because Courier Town, I'm not thinking, like, super modern. Like, it's not like a skyscrapers type city. But it's not small either. Like, it's a big hub. Do it, like, per Pokedex instead of per town? We could do that, but then I would need to manually type in every one of the Pokedex entries so far. And then assign it, like, based off of that. And that doesn't let us necessarily see at an easier glance what towns are super underrepresented. Ow, thank you for the follow. Why is it still doing the double follow notification? I cleared out yet another thing that could have been causing that. I'm in such a loss. I don't know where the extra follow notifications are coming from. Avery, guess what? What? I did what you asked. I guessed what? What do I win? Dowel. Ooh, that's cool. When you do explore that, Dorothy, let me know. I would love to hang out and watch. Is it a thing that multiple people could hop on? Because we could do that as, like, a special, like, MMO exploration day. The associated mythical for Courier Town is not Darkrai, it's Hoopa. The gym is Flying Electric, I think? Yes, Flying Electric. I'm not sure. Actually, there's no battle content requests. It's just explorations and cutscenes. I mean, that would still be fun for, like, a one-stream exploration thing. And just wandering around, seeing what all the areas looked like. As for the aesthetics of Courier Town, because I think we should also, go through for some of these, and let's put a aesthetic down here. So this would be why is this in, like, header 2? No, stop it. Stop it. And sort of, like, just give ourselves, like, a little bit of a, like, almost, like, aesthetic, kind of, like, I hesitate to call it, like, a mood board, but kind of. Like, just sort of jotting down what we think the core aesthetics of a certain town would be, so we also have kind of a guideline there for what sort of Pokemon would fit that vibe. So out in Calibri, we have so we have, like, Hobbit type area. We have like Welsh countryside. For Port Ventura, we have airships. We have piers. We have metal overhangs. Gravity Rush would actually be a great example for this, as would like, I can't type, jellyfish pirates, because I always love like the airfish. I think airfish is the coolest type of airship. And building like Pokemon themed like steampunk airships sounds like a really fun project. Yeah, like a Whalelord blimp would be really fun. I've been thinking of Ishgard a lot when I think of Tinaroma. Obviously, we would have some Roman influences in here because it's named after Times New Roman. It's up in the mountains. And is kind of built over and into even older ruins that's just, like, layered. Like, you know how, like, if you dig down in, like, a modern city that has been built over, like, older cities, you'll kind of hit, like, almost like the stratified layers of older cities before it? I'm thinking that sort of vibe, where, like, the city has been built on top of other cities that have fallen into disrepair over the years. So you kind of just have layer of, like, city, older city, older city, older city going down. Coruscant's probably a bit modern. But yeah, kind of. For Vetica, because it is a normal slash ghost, I was thinking basically we'd have kind of that, like, very, very normal city on the surface, but with that sort of, like, slightly unsettling vibe of things being a little bit off all over the place. Like that sort of, like, this city is normal, but it's hiding something type deal. As for Courier Town, what are we gonna have for the core aesthetic of that? Well, I mean, the thing is the region's not medieval. Like, we have modern cities and stuff, so this would probably just be, like, think like small town America. Honestly, it would probably be kind of close to, like, where most people live. Like, just almost aggressively unassuming. Like, it would just be the sort of place where you just think, oh yeah, this is just a Pokemon town. Like, just a normal place. As for Courier Town, I was thinking it's like the or not the transit hub, that's technically Port Futura. Yeah, like, ooh, wait, that's a good one for Vedica. I forget the name of that town. I wish V was here. She would know off the top of her head. The simulated town name. But yeah, for Courier Town, it's not exactly the transit hub, but it is a hub. Like, it is where all of the information comes in. It is where all of the trade goods that arrive in Port Futura are, like, brought to before being, like, distributed out to the rest of the region. It's where all of, like, the news filters through. Right, Tranquility Lane, thank you. So, I do think that, Courier Town should have almost, like, Upwards Rain, especially given that I played it somewhat recently and I also just love it so much. Like, that's an aesthetic that lives very rent-free in my head. Like, almost like a post-service town. Like, you've got Delibirds running around, you've got warehouses, you've got news and radio stations. Like, I'm picturing, almost like... Because it's not quite the steampunk town that Port Futura is, but it's also pretty close to it. I'm trying to think of, like... The best way I could think to describe it would be kind of like Taisho era town, like very, like, small town Japan just getting hit by industrialization during the Taisho era, where, like, you've got trains, you've got telegraph lines, you've got, like, more, like, modern stuff, but it's not, like, super modern. It's kind of, like, quaint in its, like, modernization. Where, like, it's not super industrialized, but it has a little bit of that industry creeping in around the edges. But, like, for the most part, like, buildings are still just made out of, like, wood. You've still got, you know, lots of, like, natural amenities around the area. The other thing I want to figure out probably next week would be taking our sort of rough map of the area and basically building ourselves kind of like, you know, the topography of the area. Because, like, I picture Courier Town being a little bit elevated up. Which also helps explain, like, all of the flying types and stuff. And I think, like, the sort of, like, telegraph lines and stuff like that lends really well to it also having that electric vibe to the city. Where it's not, like, fully modern, like, Komisa City to the point where, like, the electricity becomes almost... Like, it just blends in and it ceases to kind of stand out as its own thing. But, like, Courier Town feels like something where, like, that electricity is part of the town's identity. It's something that, like, stands out very boldly and gets that sort of thematic approach to it. Oh, Plessil Minor could be a good option. Though that would also mean that we'd be putting Pikachu in, and I do think it would be funny to have the first region with just no Pikachu whatsoever. Even though I do actually quite like the Pikachu line. Like, I'm in the minority here, I think, in that I like Raichu better than Pikachu. Rotom, I think, would also just be a shoo-in in general for a lot of towns. I think Rotom could work well in Vedica. I think Rotom could work in a lot of places. So the thing that I said about Kilowattrel was basically the same thing I said about Skarmory. It's that we have so many flying types already that while I think it's fitting, I think currently we're just kind of overburdened on flying types and probably want to diversify at least a little bit. Because right now, if I expand like the type counter here, Flying has 35 Pokemon here, with the next highest being a tie between Bug and Normal at 26. Yamper and Boltund could be good, too. Actually, I will be right back in just a sec, because I have finished my coffee, and I currently have nothing to drink, and I know I'm going to lose my voice very fast if I don't, like, go and get something to drink. So I'm going to make another cup of coffee, and while I'm gone, try to think of some Pokemon that could potentially go here. I wish that I had a good way for you all to kind of scroll up and down the Pokedex here. So that you can see what we already have. But I'll give it a couple quick scrolls here. Actually, I know this is, like, probably a bit too tiny to reasonably see. We could also have a few more Custommon in here. So the thing with Custommon, before I go, is I do want to add Custommon, but the thing is because they have to be modeled, textured, animated, fully statted out, we have to program in their EXP rate, their abilities, their growth rates, their evolution lines, make all of their animations, stuff like that. Like, each individual custom Pokemon we add is going to be a large workload. So unless I have a couple more people to kind of work on that with me, like, even just the modeling, texturing, and animation for each custom Pokemon, plus deciding on its moveset and stuff, like, that's already, like, a lot of workload for us to add too many of them. So before we add any custom Pokemon, because I do want to add the custom starter trio. Like, before we add anything, I want to at least get the core Pokedex of the actual current real Pokemon in, and then we can figure out expansion from there. Either way, for now, I will leave the Pokedex here, and I will astral project real quick and go grab myself some coffee, and then we will reconvene. Alright, be right back. Alright, my soul has returned to my body with a cup of coffee. Hello, hello. We're back. Okie dokie. Not to be confused with Pokemon. Okie dokie. Oh, no, 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 no. We're back. Why is that going with all of the intense RuneScape music? I think it's possible if somebody hosts a private server on another device. I'm not sure. We can look into that after stream. It's true. I'm back. Back again. Avery's back. Tell a friend. No, really, tell a friend. It helps engagement metrics and will help grow the channel. Yeah. Doing, like, actual content creator plug stuff makes me feel gross. Yuck. Ugh, my chair keeps... So you know how, like, for most office chairs, they have the little, like, hydraulic gasket beneath the chair that holds the chair up? Mine doesn't have a good seal, because this chair is, like, you know, I don't know, 15 years old or whatever at this point. So every so often, it just decides to just kind of, as a little fun surprise, just plummet me a couple inches to make sure that, you know, I can never know true peace. One of these days I'll get a new chair, but it's not going to be today. Anywho, we were working on Courier Town. I have the exact same problem with mine. Honestly, I'm half tempted to just, like, I don't know, like, drill through and just install a bolt so that it just can't sink at all. Just make it so that it is at a completely locked fixed height, because I have never once, I think, adjusted this chair off of anything but max height. I do not need a height adjustable chair. Anyway, we were working on Courier Town. Let's quickly go through our basic Pokedex here and add stuff. So we have Skitty, we have Delcatty, we have probably Deerling, we probably have Sawsbuck, because I'm picturing Courier Town being kind of surrounded by, like, foresty areas. I think this could be a fun town, potentially, to get the Eevee line in. Just because, like, it's sort of the central hub, you know? For, like, what comes and goes through the region. So I think Eevee being here would be a fun thematic for a fishing level. Exactly. It would be a fun thematic for a fishing level. 83 fishing. This will be huge for the account. I have unlocked halibut. Nice. I don't plan to really fish halibut. This might not actually be that huge for the account, but it is a fishing level. But as I was saying, it would be kind of thematically fitting for Eevee to be here, given that kind of Eevee can become a lot of things and go to a lot of different places. Same with, like, Courier Town. For coming to city, I didn't have Mindfu and Mindshao. I think that's where they should be too. For Courier Town, we've got Drifloon and Drifblim, I think, would probably be here. Pachirisu, I think, works really well as our electric rodent for the area. Maybe Heracross? Because I can see Heracross kind of carrying boxes around and stuff like that. The Pidgey line would be here. I can see only Timber, but not the evolved forms. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe Girder? But we'll leave Timber here for now. Gotta bank my fish. Once they evolve, they go to the big city for better work is really funny. I like that a lot, actually. So yeah, Timber for sure. Not sure on the Litwick line. They technically would fit, but again, they're maybe a little out of place. Yeah, Delibird was Delibird is in here because of Courier Town. Like, what else do we got here? Joltik and Galvantula I like a lot being here, because I could sort of see them just kind of like clinging to the like telegram lines and stuff like that. What else do we have that would work here? Combi and Vespiquen I'm picturing sort of being more out near Calibri. They could technically also be here. I think the Rookidee, Corviknight, and Rookidee, Corvisquire, and Corviknight would also work here, given that they are, like, transit Pokemon. Which would mean that they are in Port Ventura, they are in Courier Town, they are in Fort Tinaroma. Like, they're in a lot of places in the region. And wherever there is Corviknights, there are Tinkatons to hit them with not very effective attacks. At 75 base attack, the same as Bellsprout. Why? Why? Like, Game Freak, I just want to know. Why did you give Tinkaton 75 base attack? What is wrong with you? Why would you do this? Yeah, I could see Wingull and Pelipper maybe making a little bit more of a inroad here. And this would probably be about as far inland as they would go. Pidove, Tranquil, and Pheasant I could see also still being here. I don't know if Scyther would be here or if Scyther would be... Actually, I like the idea of Scyther being here. Because Scyther could be kind of in the forest surrounding Courier Town, right? So you could still have Scythers out near Calibri. And as you go further towards Blackletter Dig, they trend towards more the Cleavor side. And as you go towards Comisa City and Port Futura, they trend more towards the Caesar side. So I think I'll actually just put Scyther here and not its evolved forms. And kind of as you go in either direction, that's where you start running into the evolved forms. As for maybes, we have Plusselminum, Rotom, Kilowattrel, and Yamper. I think Yamper and Boltund is a really good addition here. There is a cave area, yes. Down below 14 Aroma, Blackletter Dig. I think Yamper and Boltund is a really fun addition to the area. It helps shore up our electric types. It gives a good dog. We don't have that many dog Pokemon here to begin with. I would like to put the Rockruff line in just because I love them a lot. But, and also like... Lagana, I think there's just a lot of good opportunities for, like Lycanroc, like the dark form in Comisa City would be really good. But Yamper and Boltund are good here. And could potentially be elsewhere too. And I think Rotom in pretty much any Pokemon region at this point with sufficient technology is probably present to some degree. Rotom also helps us just get a lot more type coverage in the decks. Rotom is a funny little guy. Like, I just think Rotom's cool. And importantly, because of the way that we're structuring the decks, Rotom is actually technically only taking up one slot. What's the status of Vikavolt? Not in yet, but maybe. I do like Vikavolt. Charjabug also could kind of fit well in with the region. I'll put it in for the maybes here. Because right now, basically what we're doing, for those of you who joined while I was AFK grabbing more coffee, is we're going through town by town, and we're going through the Pokedex that we have so far, and we're just assigning from our currently established Pokedex to each of the cities, right? So that we can see kind of what cities are lacking a lot in Pokemon, and then we can expand from there. And while we do that, Pokemon that aren't in the decks, unless they're like a surefire include, like the Crocodile line for the Comisa City, where like you have sewer gators, but also you have like a villain Pokemon, like it just fits too well to not be added. Like... This is true, I did forget Pawmi. Wait, I have a plan. I'm a genius. This is out of order. I'm a genius. But yeah, basically we're gonna go through, we're gonna put into all of the towns from our current decks, and any, like, super obvious has to go in immediately type Pokemon are just going to be added as we go. Anything that's kind of like, this could work really well for this town, but not necessarily, like, super, super core to the town, that'll go into the maybe section, and once we've done all of that, we can go through our maybes and expand basically in order of the towns that need the most expansion, if that makes sense. Like, if there's a town that's super understaffed in terms of Pokemon, we'll go to that one first to add from the maybes list to flesh out that town. So I think this is good for Courier Town. Let's make ourselves a copy, and let's do Antiqua next. Antiqua was the Dark Fairy Gym. Its associated mythical was Meloetta. Do the different Rotom forms appear in the wild? I haven't played Pokemon in ages. So the thing about this being a Cobblemon region is we can do whatever we want. A sandwich lady. She's only offering kebab. So she can give the baguette, and the baguette has a chance to be a stale baguette, which is a collection log. Morgrim line would definitely be a maybe. I do like Impidimp as a line quite a lot. I'll leave them as a maybe for now, but I think they're probably shortlisted. We gotta have a library with our owls. So we've got Hoot Hoot. We've got Noctowl. We have... I think Mimikyu could work here. Like, I think some of the ghost Pokemon could work quite well here. We have Alchemy. Let's build a little bit more of, like, an aesthetic mood for this area. Because it's Dark Academia, it's got a little bit of, like, Negima's Library Island in it. It's got, like, a sort of, like, Forbidden Archive feel. What I was thinking, is a little bit of, like, the Kill la Kill Academy City. Where it's, like, almost like a big... It's almost one big structure. I forget what the Kill la Kill, Academy City is called. This would maybe be where Mawiles are as well. Murkrow isn't in, but Murkrow would be another very shortlisted one. Yeah, Litwick, Lampent, and Chandelure would 100% go here. I need to bank my fish. Yeah, like, we have so many flying types in the region. We have too many flying types, so, like... I'm kind of in the vein of wanting to slightly hold back on adding more for now. But I'll leave the Murkrow line in there. I think Shuppet and Bannet could go here really well. What else do we got? Poltegeist line. Mischievous is in. Purloin Line could work. That would be another one potentially for Komisa City as well. So the other thing too, right, would be that as far as stuff like, because we have the Poltergeist line in here, right? I also forgot to put Sinisty in, so. Yep, we've got, Hatrim, we've got... Or wait, it's, Why am I, like, blanking on so many Pokemon names today? Hatena, that's it. Hatterene, Miss Magius. I know these are out of order. I'm just gonna put them there like that for now. Let's quickly finish going through the Pokemon that we have. I think Gardevoir would probably be here, probably not Gallade. Shuppet Bannet we already have. Zorua and Zoroark could go here. Because there's like 1,000 of them. I can remember almost all of them most of the time. We've got Spritzy and... Gallade would probably be in the fighting type town instead of here. Or the fort. Yeah, like I was thinking it would be kind of like down below Fort Tinaroma. And then also in like Komisa City. Just because, like, it would be more fitting over there. Low Kicks doesn't really give much academia vibes to it, so we'll pass on that one for now. Indeedee would be a really good one in this area. I think Minccino and Cinccino could still fit here. I pictured them mostly being in the cottage core town, given that they're just like little sweepy mice. Like they give me like Disney mouse vibes of like, they wander around being friendly little helpers. But I picture them kind of following around Indeedees and helping them out. And given that Indeedee would be here, I think that fits. Then we've got Gothita, Gothorita, and Gothitelle. Gothita. Gothorita and Gothitelle. I could see Inkay and Malamar being here too, potentially. And I could see some Mawiles wandering around as well. So what are some maybe Pokemon for the area before we add? I like Purloin, I like Murkrow, I like Morgrem. I think that given that the Impidimp line could also work really well out in the swamps, that could be a really solid addition. But we'll come back to that one for now. Noibat is in. It would be weird for the Dark Fairy Gym to not have the only Dark Fairy. Yeah, I think I'm probably fine with just adding the Impidimp line. I like them a lot. And like, I don't know. I think they would be good. What is the other Pokemon that I'm trying to think of? That it's another dark type. Like, well, let me add Grimmsnarl first before I forget. Let's look through the dark types and see. Because there was one that I felt like would fit here really well. Oh, Absol! It was Absol. I think Absol could work in a lot of areas. Like, I think Absol could work up in Fort Tinaroma as well. I think Absol could work over in Komisa City. Yeah, I could see Absol in Vedica too, especially. Like, Absol feels like it would be a very present Pokemon throughout the region, and it fills another niche that I think is important to keep in mind as we go through here. Let me just add these in before I forget. But an important niche that I think is good to keep in mind as we go is that we need Pokemon that are capable of Mega Evolving too, because we do have Mega Evolution in the region, and I want there to be a decent variety of Pokemon that can Mega Evolve, so Absol also fills that niche, while being able to be present in like half the towns in the region. And it only takes up a single Pokedex slot. Yep, Baxcalibur is in, so... Like, Baxcalibur is the ace of the, Tinaroma. Absol, it could also be in Komisa City. And it works in Antigua. Absol was a really good pickup. Okay. What else do we got here that could work? The Thievul line could work well. Morpeko's cute could potentially work. Houndoom could fit in Dark Academia just for edgy students. Houndoom has been on the debating list, because it could also kind of fit in Port Futura. It could also kind of fit in Komisa City. Like, it could just almost fit in a lot of places, but it doesn't feel like it's a perfect fit for any of them, if that makes sense. I think Sableye is probably another solid one Pokemon add. Yeah, so Grimmsnarl and Hatterene being an A, they're kind of the polar opposites of one another. Like, they're very much the same evolution line mirrored. So them both being in works really well, and then also Grimmsnarl adds Gmax in, Hatterene adds Gmax in. So, like, that helps fill out those rosters. So I think Grimmsnarl is a surefire. Sableye is one of my favorite Pokemon. It only takes up a single slot in the Pokedex, so that's an easy include here. So Sableye could go here, and it could go down near Tinaroma. And it could also go in Vedica. What about Klefki? I feel the guy's underrated. I love Klefki. Esper and Meowstic are in maybes for Komisa. They are in maybes for Antiqua. They are in maybes for Vedica. Esper could honestly maybe just go in. Esper also has the benefit of being a Mega Pokemon that we can add because there's Mega Meowstic now. There's also Galarian Meowth. Like, if we add Meowth and Persian, we get the regular Meowth, we get Alolan Meowth, and we get Galarian Meowth all in one. And Galarian Meowth could work out in, like, Tinaroma in, like, the fort area with Berserker and stuff. Regular Meowth could work anywhere that the other ones don't. And then Alolan Meowth could kind of work in the more city areas in the Dark Academia area. So I'm thinking we put Meowth and Persian in. I'm not... Should I put Berserker as a separate slot in the Pokedex here, or should I save it for, like, the regional variants down below? Because I'm not really sure which I should do for that. Do what you did with Cleavor. I did leave Cleavor in as a separate slot here. So I'll leave Berserker in, because it is technically an entirely different Pokemon than Persian, rather than being just like a Convergent, or rather, you know, rather than just being like, oh, Alolan Sandslash. That was just the Tithe Farm theme that started playing. I spent too much time at the Tithe Farm. I'm going to skip this one. So now that we have the Meowth line in, let's put Meowth and Persian in here. We will put Meowth and Persian in here. We will put Meowth and Persian in here. And in here. I think Meowth could fit in basically any town anywhere. Maybe it's not present in Port Futura, but maybe it is as Berserker. And I like the idea of Vedica specifically having the, like, spooky Meowth and the normal Meowth. Like, it has both of the versions. Because that just makes it seem a little bit more out of place compared to other places. So Meowth is a really solid add. So we already added Esper. We added Meowstic. And I think that would go here, and I think that would also go into Vedica. What's the Pallet Town equivalent on this map? That is Seraph Town. So you start in Seraph Town, and you could either go to Calibri or Courier Town, assuming we can figure out how to get modular gyms working, as your first gym. Here, I'll quickly write the gym brackets here. So, S is your starting town here. These are in gym bracket 1. These are in gym bracket 2. These are in gym bracket 3. And then this is gym bracket 4. Any of the other towns either don't have a gym on, like, in them, or are side towns, functionally speaking. Oh. So, what cities are we missing? We have Vedica, we have Tinoroma, Futura, Courier, Comisa, Calibri, Antiqua. Oh, we're missing Textura for our... Textura. Associated mythical here is Marshadow. And let's get our little aesthetic mood board for Textura here. It's obviously a swamp town. It's got a lot of ink. It's got sort of a calligraphy theme to it. I'm thinking sort of more of like... its theme gym is poison and ground. Whoops, that was not, that was, this is normal ghost. Normal ghost for this one. Calligraphy screams unknown to me as well, TBH. Yeah, I could see that. Round poison gem. Like, I picture this kind of being an area that feels baseline inhospitable. "21 months, good golly." Everybody has subbed for so long. It's crazy to me that, like, this much time has elapsed since I started, like, professionally being a silly little owl on the internet. Also, gonna put Dark Souls Poison Swamp here for the inspiration, too. Alright, so let's look through our Pokedex and see what we've got here as options. I think, again, this would be another place where Hoot Hoot and Noctowl would fit. Mimikyu could probably fit here wandering in the swamps. Tinkaton, I'm tempted to give regional variants or skins for most of the areas, because I could see a dark fairy Tinkaton that uses a big calligraphy brush called Inkaton being out here, but that's for later if we add custom Pokemon. Because I've also got the Psychic Fairy Tinkaton that chose knowledge over violence to do more knowledge, or to do more violence rather, with that knowledge, Thinkaton as a potential thing as well. And I could see, like, Tinkaton wandering around in Port Futura that are still just Steel Fairy, no real other changes, but instead of their hammers being made out of Corviknights, they are also made out of Clink and Klinklang. And then you have, you know, Klinkaton. And in Komisa City, they just rip stop signs out of the ground and beat things to death with them. Like, I could see, like, a Tinkaton for almost every area here. But, again, that's a later thing, not a worry for this. Alright, also another thing I wanted to add into Antiqua is I think this is an area where Eevee would be very present. Calibri, I also could see Eevee being very present. We were at Texture, that's where we were. So we've got Mimikyu. I think this would be another Berserker area, but also maybe another area with Persian, specifically the Alolan variants. Or wait, it's Poltergeist and Sinistra. So, again, this technically is a different Pokemon, but I'm going to count it in the same Pokedex slot as Poltergeist and Sinistea, because I don't think they're different enough, but I think Poltergeist and Sinistra fit the sort of, like, Swamp Town theme pretty well. I think Cubone and Marowak could work out here. I think Drowsy and Hypno could work well here. Ralts is a maybe. I'll leave Ralts out for now. Heracross feels like it would work really well in a swamp region. Inown could be out here. Hatenna, Hatterene, and Hatterene could be out here, which means we would also probably have Impidimp, Morgrem, and Grimmsnarl out here. Any Gators aside from our little Gen 9 Firestarter or Gen 2? We have Crocodile in here. Sandile and Crocodile. Grimer and Muck is a good call. Probably traditional forms in this case. I could see Zorua and Zoroark making a reappearance out here as well. Maybe Spritzy and Aromatisse? Oh, wait. In Courier Town, we also need Chatot. And in Homisa City, also there would probably be Chatot. Avery, is that still Passel in the Pararegular? When I said I was putting his eternal soul in the Pararegular, I did mean eternal soul. Like, it's faded a bit from being wiggled for so long, but, like, it's still in there. That's his home now. So back to Poison Swamp here. I think Burmy and Wormadam could work well here, because bagworms feel like they fit in a swamp. Nimble and Low Kicks feel like they fit pretty well here. Zubat, Golbat, Crobat, as well as probably Noibat and Noivern. Or rather, Rookie D first. Corvisquire, Corviknight. I think I'll put the Tinkaton line here as well anyway, even if we don't give them a regional variant. Just because they feel like they could live pretty well in a swamp. What else do we got here? Marini and Toxapex. I think could work very well out here. We didn't add the Gothita, Gothorita, and Gothitelle line yet, but I think they would work well out here. I'm gonna add one more line here. Crocodile. Sneasel would maybe be here, but I picture Sneasel being a little bit more up in the mountain, but... we'll consider it. For the area... in a city that is responsible for making ink, I think you have to have Inkay there. Snakes, we don't have a snake Pokemon yet. I'm personally leaning Seviper because I think Seviper is cool. And I think we need at least one snake Pokemon. If we add Seviper, though, we do need to add Zangoose. Which I don't think is a problem, to be honest. Like, I just think Zangoose is cool. And I'll just put them in the same area. Alright, so we've got Seviper, we've got Zangoose. This area filled out pretty quickly, but for a poison ground area, we're missing a lot of ground types. Did we put Grimer and Muck in here yet? We did, we put Seviper. Fungus and Amoongus should go out here. Excadrill, also a Mega. Excadrill, I was also thinking for Black Letter, and I was also thinking, like, I think Excadrill's probably a really solid add here. Toxtricity also, I think, is a potential option here, because one of the Elite Four has a musical theme, and I think that they're probably going to use Toxtricity as sort of their main Pokemon. And that helps us fill out Electric a little bit, too. What about Stunfisk? Stunfisk could work. Stunky's another option. There is Salazzle and Salandit. Well, first, let me do this, actually. Let me see what poison types that we already have here. We already put Marini, Toxapex. I'm not going to add the Mythicals or Ultra Beasts or stuff yet. Oh, Shroodle and Grafaiai. Shroodle. Grafaiai. Smeargle will go out here. And for our ground types, what did we even put here? Sandshrew and Sandslash I don't really see being out here, but maybe Cubone and Marowak we already put. Crocodile we already put. Oh, Clodsire. Clodsire and Quagmire, I think, should just go in here. The question is do we want regular Wooper and Quagsire in here, or do we just want the Galarian version? Or a Paldea, rather. You desire the normal Wooper at least somewhere? Okay. In that case, I'll do what I did with, Cleavor and stuff like that, where I'll let them take up the extra slot here. So then we've got Wooper and Clodsire. What other ground types do we have that could work here that we would want to add? Swinub and Piloswine could work more up in the mountains. I don't think they would necessarily be down here, though, but this does connect to the mountain. So, like, that would be something that's technically in the close enough range. So I'll add Swinub as a maybe. Swinub would also fill out our ice type a little bit. I don't see them in the swamp, but I do see them on the mountain that the swamp connects up into. Which means it would be adjacent enough that, like, the gym leader could have, like, a Swinub or something there. Trapinch feels more desert adjacent. Nincada could be good. Like, Nincada has Ninjask and, you know, Shedinja, which are both really cool. Stunfisk could be really good. I like the idea of Stunfisk, because then we also get Galarian Stunfisk as kind of like Bear Trap. And it's plus 1 Pokedex slot, so it's not really that big of a deal. The Garchomp line does feel like it would work really well up on the mountains, as well as kind of down here. It's a very iconic line. It's a mega Pokemon. It can go in. However, I do think that they might not be down here in the swamps. I'll leave him here for now. Yes, Stunfisk is a solid add for just 1 slot. Gliscor and Gligar I like a lot, but again, they kind of eat stuff. Seismitoad is an option, and we also had Toxicroak. I'm kind of leaning Toxicroak, personally. Because I feel like Toxicroak could also work in Komisa City. Also, I just like Toxicroak. I think it's a very cool Pokemon. Croagunk, Toxicroak. Seismitoad is also kind of cool. In Avery stream, it's true. Plastic lawn chair. Good to see you, Virgil Devil May Cry. Lamprey and Electros. Maybe. We still have a good number of Pokedex slots left. And this is the last main town, so we'll have the sub-towns in a second. Croagunk is a little jerk. I love Croagunk. Palpitoad and Seismitoad could just go in. All right, Timple, thank you. Why did I sort them like that? There we go. Wimpod line feels like it would fit in a swamp, even though it doesn't really. I love the Golisopod line, but I'm not sure yet. There's also the Nidoran line. Could work pretty well in like a swampy area. Clefairy, Clefable, Gengar, Ghastly, and Haunter. I think we can also just put Gastrodon in and What's the... No, it's not Sligoose. Goodra would be real... Wait. Goodra is a good addition. What's Gastrodon's pre-evolution? It is... Shellos? Yeah, there it is. East and west, the pink and blue. Yeah, we can have them kind of in different areas. So let's see. Shellos, Gastrodon, and then we have Gumi, Sliggoo, and Goodra. Bonsly and Sudowoodo, I think, would work pretty well in a couple places, so yes. Also fills out a type that we are missing. I like how we've inadvertently put in nearly every dragon already. Yeah, so the thing about the mountain ridge out behind Teneroma, right? I'll explain a little bit about the region here. That mountain ridge is considered inaccessible because the further you go out into it, you just run into dragons. It is just an entire mountain ridge covered in dragons. And the thing is with Cobblemon, technically the level cap can extend all the way up to 1,000. We're probably going to keep the level cap for player Pokemon at the, 100 still. But for wild Pokemon, you won't be able to catch them, but there will probably be, like, level 300 Garchomps wandering around out there. So, like, it's a mountain ridge covered in all of the dragons, and they just get terrifyingly strong and large. Flygon, I think we missed. I love Flygon. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. I don't think it necessarily... no, Tyranitar also isn't in yet. Also, Bonsly could fit out in Calibri. And it could fit out in Vedica. I'd love a Flygon. I love Flygon. I just don't know where we would necessarily put it. Like, would it be out in the swamp here? Ribombee could also be a fun addition. Because I do like Ribombee a lot. But again, we have a lot of bug Pokemon. We have a lot of flying Pokemon. Like, right now, the types we need to fill out the most, out of everything, are probably Ice, Fire, and Electric, maybe. Has Weed Cap in place anywhere? We are explicitly excluding starters for now. Starters, legendaries, mythicals, and fossils are all kind of set to the side for later, because we're not worrying about those yet. Volcarona is borderline. Volcarona fits in with Rotom of, like, it's not a legendary, it's not a mythical, it just had a weird thing. Oh, right, Darmanitan. Thank you. I'm putting Darmanitan in. I love Darmanitan. I'm going to have the, So to tell a little side story here, right? Way back, in the past, the, like, ancient days of, like, I don't know, like, 2011 or something, I had a Pokemon Showdown trainer that I called Darmanitan. She used 6 Darmanitan with different builds in Anything Goes. I was a terror. Yeah, the problem with Fire is looking over it, it's like 50% starters or legends. It's true. Durant. I think Durant could also go out here. I think Durant could go in Komisa. And it would definitely go in Port Futura. And Heatmore would also go here. Ninetales and Arcanine. Ninetales is probably going in. Alolan Marowak is in, I just don't have it in a section at the bottom. I will add the section for... I don't have Salazzle or Salandit yet either. What was I adding here? Oh my goodness, Heatmore. I'll add Salandit and Salazzle. I think they're pretty well liked. I think they'd work well out in Vedica. Or not Vedica, Textura. Magcar Go, despite being very sad as a mon in general. So the thing is doing custom stat and moveset adjustments, that at least is incredibly easy to do. That's something that we can just do on the fly. So like, for example, even though Ledian sucks, I'm going to be personally giving Ledian a buff to make it usable. So we don't necessarily need to worry about if a Pokemon is good or bad. We can make it playable through some capacity. Avalugg is kind... Does Avalugg have, its Bergmite, right? Is the pre-evolution? It's only a 2-stage, right? Centiskorch could be Heat. I do like Centiskorch as a Pokemon. Before we start filling in from the maybes here, let's do this real quick. First things first, let me just in case, I'll save this as a image. And I will save this to local storage, just in case it breaks when I expand the size here. And I'm gonna give us 450 slots here. Just so that down below here we can add the like regional variants that we're missing out. And our Mega Pokemon too, we can also put down here. Let's swap Wooper with... It's easier for me to do it this way. You are right. I could probably just type Alolan in here. I think we're adding Rattata and Raticate, so I'm just going to add these in here. And we'll add Rattata and Raticate in here. I think they're 2 Pokedex slots. I left Cloudflyer upstairs because it's like Cleavor, where it's technically a different Pokemon. Same with Berserker. So we have Alolan Sandshrew and Alolan Sandslash. We have Alolan Grimer and Alolan Muck. Alolan Exeggutor not being in makes me slightly sad, but it is what it is. Maybe we can find a spot to put them in eventually. Galarian Ponyta could be fun. Weezing could be a fun add. We've got Galarian Darumaka and Darmanitan. We've got Galarian Stunfisk. We don't have Kofagrigus and Renegrigus in, but Yamask could maybe be. Alolan Ninetales, if you do Ninetales as another ice. I also just really like the Vulpix line. It also adds another fire. Do we want to add Pinsir in? We have Scyther. Pinsir could work pretty well out in the swamp. It could work pretty well in the Bug Gym as a Pokemon. It's a single Pokedex slot that adds another Mega. So I think Pinsir is probably in. What else do we have here? There's Paldean Tauros, which, as for Hisui, do we have Voltorb and Electrode in? Hello, D! Thank you for the raid. We're doing Pokedex stuff, and also, I guess, a little bit of RuneScape on the side, but I keep forgetting to actually bank my fish. Ooh, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Good choice. How was your stream? Was it good? Also, I understand if you immediately got a jet, take care of, like, post-stream stuff, because I have a bad habit of just not eating before stream, and then by the time stream ends, I'm, like, halfway to fainting from being hungry. So I understand if you just gotta immediately jet out and take care of stuff. But also, D, before you do go, if you are here, what's your favorite Pokemon? Because we still got a lot of slots left in this Pokedex. I miss doing crowd control streams. I believe her favorite is Dragonite. You know what? We've got basically every other dragon Pokemon in here. Let's, Beta Dragonair is kind of incredible looking. Let's add that in here. Corviknight is in. For those of you joining us for the first time, I'm making a custom Pokemon region to be built in Cobblemon. So, because in Cobblemon you can define Pokemon spawns based on location, based on what blocks are nearby, etc., etc. So you can get really granular in how you're doing spawns and stuff, and then with a couple add-ons, such as Radical Cobblemon Trainers, and some usage of command blocks and stuff, we will be able to make a fully functional gym challenge and basically build an actual, like, full-fledged, like, almost like Fakemon, like, fan game in Cobblemon. There will be a lot of stuff we'll need to modify. Yeah, like, Radical Cobblemon Trainers has a lot of stuff that we'll need to config differently. There is 2 other plugins that kind of work with the level cap stuff, where, like, we can sort of limit things around. But for the most part, it'll work pretty much how you'd expect it to work in a Pokemon game. What was I in the process of doing? I was adding in the regional variants. Were there any other regional variants I'm missing? Also, thank you for the follow. I don't know why the double follows are happening, but I'm okay with it for now. I'll fix it after stream. I just gotta, like, completely figure things out. Like, I have removed, like, 4 different potential ways that that double follow could be happening, and I thought I even got rid of the sources in OBS that were causing the double follows. And they're still happening. I'm so confused. But yeah, anyway, we're basically working on the region. So over here, in this section, we have a vague map of the region. Seraph Town is where you start, and then you can go to either Calibri or Courier Town in bracket 1 for the gyms, Vedica, Antiqua, Futura, or Camisa in the next bracket. Then you've got Antiqua and Textura as the next bracket, and then finally you go to Fort Tinaroma. All of the towns are named after fonts in various ways or writing-related things. So, for example, Fort Tinaroma, you might be like, I don't know of a font called Tinaroma. It is Tinaroma Times New Roman. Or Comisa, the, like, comic book superhero town, is Comic Sans. Comisa. And we're currently just trying to fill out the Pokedex, because rather than have every Pokemon just be blanket available, we decided to limit ourselves to around 400 slots. These extra slots at the bottom are mostly just to kind of be the buffer space for adding in the regional variants and mega evolutions and stuff like that. So, like, we can see them up at the very top here, where we have our type counter, to make sure we're not completely, like, underrepresenting certain types. If I just type in Mega, that'll help speed this up a little bit. So, we've got Mega Pidgeot as an option. We have Mega Aerodactyl, Mega Pinsir, Mega Dragonite, Mega Heracross, Mega Caesar, Gardevoir, whoop, didn't mean to select there, Sableye, Mawile. Did I put the Aggron line in? I don't think I did. Oh, we've got Banette. Chimecho could be pretty fun, too. Absol, Salamence, Garchomp, other Garchomp, Gallade. Mega Frostlass would be another potential option here. Chandelure, Scolipede. Scrafty, I think, would be a fun one to add. I would like a Chimecho. I'd ask in... Yeah, I think Chimecho could go in. Or is it Chimecho? It's probably Chime Echo, I would imagine, because Echo. So actually, we're doing better on Mega Pokemon than I thought we were. Admittedly, a lot of these are the Legend ZA Megas, which don't have abilities yet, so we would need to figure out what abilities go in for those. Do we just want to put Golisopod in? I know we can find a spot for Golisopod, and Golisopod's one of my favorite Pokemon. Executive decision, also we have slots. And water is one of our less represented types, even though bug is one of our most represented types, so it's fine. It's fine. Golisopod can go in. That's true. We'll see in, like, because the thing is they'll be getting their abilities probably before, like, or not even probably, they'll be getting their abilities 100% before we are done building the region, which means they'll all have their abilities and stuff by the time we're done, so we don't really have to worry about that. Alright, it's just G max. So we have Eevee. I'm going to need to add some more slots here. I'll just set it to 600 so that we have just infinite space to work with if we want. We have Snorlax, we have Garbodor, we have Corviknight. I think the coal line should just go in. There's the Steampunk City and... what's the initial form of, Carkol called? No, Rock and Roll is its own thing. Yeah, Scraggy and Scrafty can go in as well. I think they work well. Roly-Coly, thank you. That's why I was thinking Rog and Rolla, because I was thinking Roll. That also gives us Mega Scrafty. Since we have so many slots here, I'm just going to move these down a bit. And I will also move the Megas down a bit. Just to give us a little bit more room to work here. In case some of the other Pokemon we add as we go through have regional variants or stuff, we can just immediately tack them in. There's no Mega Colossal, but there is G-Max Colossal. I have both Mega Absols in. I have... Mega Magearna is probably going to be in, because Magearna, I think, is going in either way, even if we don't have other Mythicals. Just because I have, like, a story idea for it. But let's keep getting the G-Maxes in first. We have G-Max Gengar. Oh, we also have Mega Gengar goes in, too. We have Toxtricity, Hatterene, Grimmsnarl, Alchemy. I am not putting my least favorite Pokemon, Lizardon, in. Do we want Centiskorch in? I think Centiskorch is pretty cool. We've got a lot of slots for it. So it's Sizzlipede and Scorch. Centiskorch is pretty cool. It adds some fire types, which we need, and gives us another G-Max form. Can we also add Ponyta and Rapidash? Yes, yes we can. Rapidash. And then down here, we add Galarian, Ponyta, and Rapidash. I'm also wondering if we should add Wheezing, maybe. Coughing and Wheezing could work really well in the Poison Swamp, and then we also get Galarian Wheezing out in the Steampunk Town. The Megas / G-Max will make the numbers double up, admittedly. Yeah, so the thing is like, I'm fine with them adding some of the, like, because these technically aren't Pokedex slots, you know? Like, these are just adding some extra space here. Oh, yeah. Like, those will definitely help in terms of that. G-Max. Dreadnought is a maybe. I think Dreadnought could work well over out in Port Ventura. It could also potentially work okay in the swamp. Appleton, I think, is another one that I would like to add because Flapple, Appleton, and Hydrapple are cool, and then we also get a G-Max in here. And you can't have a cottagecore town without the little apple pie Pokemon. Slugma and Magcargo can go in. Also, shoutouts to the old randomizer where it decided to just give us Slugmas every 5 seconds. Magnemite and Magneton could be kind of fun as well. It also decided to give us 400 Shelders. Shelder could be a maybe. That would give us an ice type. Because these are all of our G-Maxes so far. We have all of our Megas. What other regional variants are there? I'll just check variants and others. Oh, these are just, like, side game Pokemon and stuff. Other form models? Oh, regional forms. Here we go. So, I think Electrode and Voltorb. Ah, yes, I've got the Alolan Ninetales and stuff in there. I think Voltorb works because we can also get the Hisuian versions in as well. And maybe Quillfish. Maybe. Because now we're kind of at the point where we can start adding Pokemon that, like, we want. Like, now we have about, like, 150-ish, probably closer to, like, 120-ish extra slots in here. Growlithe. Ooh, Tangela could be good. I've been trying to order food and type Voltorb into Google instead for no reason. So here's the thing. When you go to bite into your food and it electrifies you and then explodes, you'll at least know what happened in your final moments. I think Tangela and Tangrowth are really good. Just a very fun option. Let's go look at our types real quick. Alright, so right now, our least represented type is electric. By a pretty good margin here. Electric and ground. There's surprisingly few ground types that I think work super well. I want to add the Mareep line. Because that also gets us Mega Ampharos. We did not get Excadrill in, so I think we will do Excadrill in a second. Actually, if I don't do it now, I'm just going to forget it. Or no, not Diggersby, that's the rabbit. It is Drillbur is the little form. And I think this gives us a pretty good selection of Megas. Golem adds electric and ground. Yeah, but then we have Geodudes everywhere, and Geodude is boring. Like, we'd finally have the option to have a region where it's just not Zubat and Geodude everywhere. Vikavolt, yes. Vikavolt's just really cool. Then there's Charjabug. And what's the initial form? I'm drawing a blank. Grubbin. Shinx. Luxio, Luxray. Piloswine adds ground and ice. I think Piloswine works really well for this. I'm just kind of looking through to see if there's anything else obvious that we're missing in electric. Not really. We could add electric and Tynamo and Electros. And I think that probably sets us most of the way on electric. Swine, Piloswine. Emolga could work. It's a single Pokemon. It doesn't take up much space, and it adds another cute little baby rodent. I think that's fine. Now let's take a look at our types and see how we're doing. Alright, so electric has been shored up. Grass, rock, ice, water. Let's look at grass. We need Oddish. I mean, we could do Oddish. I think Paris and Parasect should go in. Hi, how goes it? Goes pretty well. We've gotten to the point where, like, we at least assigned to all of the main towns. So, like, none of the main towns are really, like, super missing a lot of Pokemon. So now we're kind of at the point where we can start adding things as we like. Breloom's really fun. I'm not sure where Breloom would go. So that's still like a maybe. I think Seedot, Nuzleaf, and Shiftry could work pretty well as like swamp Pokemon. They could also potentially work out near Vedica, or just general forest Pokemon. Oh, I was AFK in RuneScape. Thank you for being the one person who actually reminds me when my inventory's full and I need to go bank my fish. Scavillain has not been added yet. I find it to just kind of be a whatever Pokemon I don't think about very often. But Scavillain could work in Kamesa City, because villain. And it gives us another Mega, because for some reason they gave Scavillain a Mega. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, so V, here's the thing, right? When you said fish full, I was talking about a fish Pokemon. So I thought you were like, nah, we have enough fish. That's what I thought you were talking about. As for... I think Whimsicott is very cute. I love Maractus. I'd love to put Maractus in somewhere. I think Phantom and Trevenant can go in the swamp. I think Pumpkaboo and Gourgeist should go in as well. I'd love to have Lurantis in as a Pokemon. Delmise could be a potential option for somewhere. Arbolivia could be pretty good. Toedscool and Toedscruel could be in. Alright, Poltergeist and Sinistcha should go in the regional forms. Poltergeist, Sinistcha. And Diplin also goes here. Gonna give these a line break again. The problem is we have so many bug types, but I don't care. Lurantis can go in. I like Lurantis. And I'm gonna find a spot for Maractus. Like, even if I have to force it. Maractus is going into this region somewhere. I love Maractus. We don't have Snover and Abomasnow yet. Let's go look at ice types real quick. Because Abomasnow is another Mega. And Frostlass could go in too. Mamoswine. Did that just overwrite something? What did that overwrite? Is there like a rocky area? There's caves. Snorunt, Glalie, Frostlass. Can also add Mega Glalie down here. This RuneScape music is too much. What else do we got here? Snover, Abomasnow. Alright, so let's check our types again. So Ice is up to 30. I think that's fine for Ice types, especially given how many Dragon types we also have sharing the area with them. I think we need Water. We need Water types. It's not a very coastal region, which is probably why we're so far behind on these. But we need some more water. Quillfish is a 1 slot, and then also lets us add Overquill and Hisuian Quillfish. So I guess technically it's a 2 slot, but that's fine. Kingdra's a maybe. Wishcash is a maybe. Gorgeist is in, yes. Melodic is also a maybe. There's Choodle and Dreadnought. Lotad could work in the swamps. Finizen and Palafin need to go in for the superhero town. I don't make the rules. Basculin could work, but Basculegion is a pain. We'll add Lotad, Lombre, and Ludicolo. Pyukumuku is a singular form and could work well. Wishcash is not in yet, but the thing is we're kind of starting to run a little low on slots. I think what we should do really quick is we should go through and look at our maybes section here. And get rid of any of the Pokemon that we already have in here. And see what maybes we still have sitting here. Yeah, we still have the 9 custom starters. So I think what I'm going to do here is for this, I'm just going to put Squirtle, Wartortle, Blastoise, Rowlet, Dartrix, Decidueye. Actually, I'm going to put them all the way down here near the fossils. This way they're just in there as slots, and we don't need to necessarily worry about, like, you know. Choodle, a non-starter area, and non-fossil turtle. I also like the idea of Dreadnought just being out near the steampunk town, because Dreadnoughts always make me think, we'll do Cyndaquil for the last section here. Because it's got a quill, you know? If we don't end up going with custom starters, this would probably be our starter trio. Choodle and Dreadnought. Loudred and Exploud would probably be there for the, like, the swamp area, or not the swamp area, the like music themed Elite Four member. Did we add anything else that has a G-Max form? No. Did we add anything else that has a Mega form? I don't think we did. Oh, Clefable. Alright, so now our current types are fighting is underrepresented, ground is underrepresented, rock is underrepresented. We have a town that has a fighting gym. Let's add some fighting types. I think Riolu and Lucario should go in. It gives us a Mega. It's a very popular Pokemon. It's just a thing that will probably be there. I think Stuffle and Beware are very fun, and I think they would work very well out in Vedica as the town where something is slightly off. Minechow is in, yes. Hawlucha is also in, yes. I think adding the Machamp line is probably a good option. Pangoro could also work in Komise. And then Metatite and Metacham, because it's a fighting psychic gym. I love Breloom. Breloom is also just a one-slotter. I'll find a spot to put Breloom in. Or no, Breloom isn't a one-slotter. Breloom is... Shroomish is the other. That's fine, though. Alright, so... that fills our fighting type out a bit. Now we need some rock types and some ground types and some fairy types. Fairy is actually pretty underrepresented, surprisingly. My urchins have maxed. Thank you. That is much more specific. Phalanx is already in. Phalanx also comes with its own Mega. Klefki, please. I love Klefki. I will add Klefki. Klefki, I also have a Fakemon evolution for that I made way back, too. Azumarill could be a thing. Oh, no. Cleffa is... I forgot to put Cleffa in earlier when I... How does inserting work? If I just do like this? Okay, that just inserts. So let me find here. There we go. I think Carbink... Yeah, Mimikyu is in. Azumarill is not in yet. I like Morlo and I like Shiinotic, but we already have Foongus, Endomungus, and Breloom. Do we want another Mushroom Pokemon, or do we want to potentially save that slot for something else? Oh, Fido and Despond need to go in for the Cottagecore Town for similar reasons that, like, you can't not have Appleton there. Togekiss is not in. We could add Togepi. We have slots. Togepi, Togetic, Togekiss. I like Cutiefly and I like Ribombee, so I'll add them. And I'll add Morlul and Shiinotic, and that's basically it, I think, for probably our fairy types. Marill and Azumarill is cool, but it does take up a bunch of extra slots. We could use maybe a couple more water types. Fido is in. I also like Cottony and Whimsicott, but we'll come back to them. I want to make sure we get at least a couple more ground and rock types in. I mean, we've got basically every other pseudo-legendary in, might as well. Do we also want Aron, Lairon, and Aggron in there, too? Roggenrola is the Geodude replacement, would be pretty fun. I do like Roggenrola a lot, and Gigalith is cool and undervalued. I'm gonna add Rockruff and Lycanroc in. I'm gonna add Minior in because it's a one stage. And we'll come back to Rock in a second. Oh, that was grass, not ground. So Nidoking adds one ground. Nincada adds one ground, but not one that we would have long term. Oh, I'm gonna add, I know this isn't actually the thing here, but I am going to add Gimmighoul and Goldengo because we have a fortress castle that has, like, treasure rooms and stuff. I believe Excadrill is in, yes. What else do we have here? Golett and Golurk are cool and I think would work pretty well. We don't really have, like, an Egyptian-ish area, but I think, Runagrigus could work well, and we just won't have the non-regional variant of it. Thank you for the heads up on the fish. Glamora was on maybe for rock, yes. So I'm not going to add the non-Galarian variant. We need a Yamask region variant that's carrying a book. It's trained by the, that extremely white dude from the cover of the textbooks from when I was a kid. Where it was like, it was supposed to be a pharaoh, but it was just like the whitest guy you've ever seen on the front of the book. Like, just random stock photo guy. If you put the normal Yamask line in, we can have him in the Labyrinth. I'll consider it, but for now, I'll just leave it like this. We needed other ground Pokemon. Claydol and Baltoy could be a maybe. Camerupt does fill fire slots, but again, we don't really have a good area for the more deserty Pokemon. Barboach and Wishcast, maybe. Let's check our types real quick. Right now, I think we're actually pretty good on a lot of our types. Grass has overtaken as the most populous type, but I think that's fine given how forested the region is. Psychic could use a couple more. Ice is our least represented type, but I think that's just a case of ice. Ice is also just the least represented Pokemon type, and the mountain is already full of so many dragon types. I'll do a once-over on ice just to see what might be there that we're missing. Snorunt line is in. Snom is not in, but could be, but we also have a lot of bugs. Cubchoo's pretty cute. Titan's pretty decent. Cryogonal is a 1 slot, so we'll add that. How many slots do we have left? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We have 30 slots, but we have not included any of our mythicals yet. Snover is in, yes. So I know I want Magearna in. And we have Diancie as well. We also have not added any legendaries, so I think at this point we should stop worrying about filling out types. I think we have enough just generic type representation here. Like, if somebody wanted to monotype, or, like, monotype, they could, right? Like, the option's there. We should fill out the rest of the little slots here, though. With, like, stuff that's super fitting for the towns. That is Chien-Pao. So, you know, let me do this, actually. I'm going to take the legendaries, right? Because they're not going to be that many of them, I'm going to pull them out. We will put our legendaries down here for now. And our Pokedex will be like maybe like 420-ish slots or whatever with the legendaries. Let's go through our maybes real quick. And let's figure out how many slots we're missing here, because we already added Sableye. We've already got Stakataka in there. We've already got Golden Go. We don't have Druddigon. We don't have Altaria. We did get Garchomp. We don't have Dragapult, which is potentially a big one. Drampa is potentially a big one. Stonejourner I don't think necessarily fits the region. Cofagrigus is maybe not. Let me bank my fish. I do think Dragapult is probably chewing, because like we're really looming in on the end of our slots here. Excadrill we already got in. Golurk we already got in. Do we want the Bisharp line in? And do we want... Oh, wait, we got Bastion Shieldon, we got Rampardos in. So, we got Minior in. Because we're pretty limited on slots here. Because remember, most things aren't going to be single slot lines, right? Most of these things are going to be a couple slots. So we're actually now kind of in the very big home stretch of our Pokemon here. Murkrow and Purloin are options. Mimikyu is in. Houndoom line so far isn't in. We've got the Voltorb line, we've got the Dipplin line. We don't have Floret, we don't have Whimsicott, we don't have Florges, Slurpuff, we do have Dasquin, we do have Vulpix, and we do have Rabombi. We don't have Thievul, we did get Lucario, Rattata, Palafin, Scrafty. We got Medicham, we got Machamp, we got Toxicroak, we got Esper. Kilowattrel is still an option. Vikavolt we got. We got Darmanitan, we got Heatmore. We didn't get Talonflame. Xurkitree doesn't matter, we got that in the Ultra Beasts. We got Colossal. We don't have Clawitzer. We do have Golisopod. We don't have Dreadnought. We don't have Fortress. We don't have Skarmory. We don't have Metagross. I'm gonna add Metagross. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. It gives us another Mega line. It's a very iconic Pokemon line. And it works in a couple different places. So I think Metagross is going in for sure. Skarmory can just go in. It's a single slot. It's a flying type, which we don't need more of. But it is a Mega. Oh, we did also add Dreadnought and stuff already. Okay, good, good, good. So that's one less one we would need there. We added Durant, we added Excadrill, we added Klefki, we added Conkeldurr. We added Excadrill, Swinub, and Toxicroak. Did we add Lurantis yet? We did add the Lurantis line, so... Yeah, I think Pawniard, Bisharp, and King Gambit work well in a lot of different places. Like, King Gambit works pretty well out in the, like, fortress area. Bisharp works well in Kamisa City. Like, it feels like it's another very fitting Pokemon there. So we got Bishop, or Bisharp. We've got... Xurkitree I can pull out of here. Skarmory I can pull out of here. Gengar and Clefairy we have in. Shiftry we have in. Grimmsnarl we have in. Beware we have in. Absol we have in. Kecleon is a 1 slot. And I think does well there, so we'll put Kecleon in. Girafarig and Farigiraf we could do as well. We're so tight on slots now, it's hard to decide. Paras and Parasect we put in. So we have those. We have the Trevenant line. We got Klefki, we got Gourgeist. And we got Esper. So Murkrow works in a lot of different places. Because Honchkrow works in Komisa. Murkrow works in the Dark Academia City. It works out in the swamps. It's a flying type, which we don't need of. We could use some more dark types, though, so it does have that going for it, but it's just very fitting overall. And I think we will put in Nickit and Thievul. I did not add Behem yet. We got Bisharp. We don't have Aggron. We don't have Fortress. We don't have Kilowattrel. We did put Thievul in. You know what? Purloin could work. What's the evolved form of it? It's Purloin into... My brain is starting to shut off. I probably need food. Liepard, yeah. Alright, so... let's check our types now, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 types left. Or 14 slots left, right? However, with our 14 slots that we have left, technically it's flying, it's electric, and it is grass for our starter trio. So I'm actually going to remove this and put this to sort of get our correct type distribution here. That shifted everything so weird. What happened there? I don't think we lost any Pokemon, so it's fine. What about the legends? That's what I'm thinking is the thing here. I want to check our types real quick. Did I forget about Pichu? No, we actually don't have Pikachu in this region at all. That is purely a placeholder because one of the starters is electric type, and I wanted to get the types set up correctly here. So Ice and Ground are our least represented types. However, I don't really think there's that many more ground types that I particularly care about here. So realistically speaking, that doesn't matter all that much. I think we have enough type diversity here. What we really need now is to figure out if there's any extremely, like, fitting to the region Pokemon that should go in. Or do we want to quickly add our mythicals and our legendaries to fill out the last slots here? Like, basically, do we want mythicals and legendaries to be here in these Pokedex slots? Because we'll have Magearna, we'll have Deontay, we'll have Marshadow. Hoop. We'll have... Darkrai was in. We had... Victini. We had Shaman. We had... Volcanion. I need to check here, see who we're missing. Darkrai, Marshadow, Shaman, Meloetta. That's who we were missing. I think that this is probably fine, and then if we want to pick legendaries out, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more slots. If we wanted to add legendaries. Though we don't necessarily need to. We could have a region that doesn't have legendaries. And it's all just mythical Pokemon. Or we could go look at our remaining Oh, right, Genesect was another one that goes in here. Genesect. Surprise Celebi wasn't it? It was debated. I thought Shaman would be a more interesting one for Cottagecore. Like, Okidogi would be fun, but the thing is if I was going to add Okidogi, that would also be Pheasantipity, Munkidori, Pecharunt, and Ogerpon all at once. They come as a group. So that's like a lot of slots. That basically fills the entire rest of the Pokedex. So, like, that's just, it's a lot, you know? As for our remaining slots here, let's look at our maybes. So, in Vedica, we had Girafarig, so that would be 2 slots. Druddigon is 1 slot, but it's kind of boring. Altaria feels like a Pokemon that we're potentially missing out on. I like Altaria a lot. Drampa is a 1 slot. Stonejourner, I think I'm leaning against putting in. Glimmora is 2 slots. Aggron, I'm kind of leaning against. Fortress is maybe... Let's add Girafarig, Farigiraf. Let's add, There's the Whimsicott line, there's Floette, there's Florges, there's Slurpuff. Like, it feels like Calibri is the one that has the most other Pokemon we could tack onto it. But those are all basically grass types. Which, grass is already basically up... It's tied with flying for our most filled out type. Slurpuff is pure fairy, but we have 44 fairy types. We're a little low on water, we're a little low on ground, we're a little low on ice. Are there any other really interesting Pokemon that we would want to add? Like, let's just scroll down the list here. And just take a look at all of the Pokemon. Like, we no longer really have room for the Nidoran lines. Vileplume would basically fill up the rest. Like, a 3-line and a single line would fill us up, or 2 2-lines would fill up our Pokedex. Like, Alakazam not being in feels a little bit weird. There's Sentret and Furret, which are just cute. Spinarak and Ariados are maybes. Fortress feels like, again, maybe another one that would just do really well in the region. Like, it would fit in the castle, it would fit over at Port Ventura. There's Houndour and Houndoom are another option. There's the Slacking line. There's the Loudred line, which would work really well for, like, the music-themed person. Again, there's Nincada, Ninjask, and Shedinja are cool Pokemon that could be out in the forests as a 3-line. There's the whole Rosalia line. There's Spoink and Grumpig. There's the Flygon line. There's Altaria. Like, I really like Altaria, and Altaria, so far of what we've scrolled through, would have my vote. There's the Duskull line, which feels weird to not have in a region with so many ghosts. Kricketune is another music-themed one. Lopunny isn't in, and is another Mega, and is another Pokemon that would be popular, as it were. There's Stunky and Skuntank for the, like, swamp. There's Masharna could kind of work. Audino could kind of work. Spiritomb is technically, like, pseudo-legendary mythical thing, so Spiritomb would be in a weird place. There's LGM and BHM. There's Cubchoo and Beartig could work. I forgot to put Fracture in, so we're actually down a slot. Where is it? Where is Haxorus? It was in here. There it is. So now we have room for 1 3-line if we want, unless we move the mythicals down. if we move the mythicals down and technically out of the decks here, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 more slots, which is a pretty good amount of extra slots. And given that these are not going to strictly be things that everybody could catch, I think I'll do that. Yeah, so, like, the mythicals can kind of sit outside of the decks for now, and that gives us a little bit of extra room to work with. Oricorio is another fun one that isn't present. And technically adds a lot of type coverage. Drampa, again, feels like a very present one. Given we have so many dragons, I think Drampa basically has to go in. And it's a one-slotter, so that's fine. Wooloo and Dubwool, Gossifleur and Eldegoss are also very iconic. I somehow didn't add Applin either. So that's a slot down. Archaludon also could potentially be a Pokemon out in the, like, Port Futura and Kamisa City. But... okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 11 slots left. What do we want to fill this with? We do have Wattrel and Kilowattrel, which is on the maybes for several towns. Yeah, I think Dusclops... like, the Dusknoir line feels too needed there. There is Altaria, but that's even more flying. But I just really like Altaria. There's the Ninjask line that I keep, like, dancing around. Ninkata. Put my fish in the bank. So we have room for 1 3-line or for a 2-line and a 1-line. So let's give a quick scroll here and see. I love Venonat and Venomoth, but I don't think they're super necessary here. As for our maybes, we got Kilowattrel. I think Calabri's fine. I don't really care about Sock and Throw enough to give them our last 2 slots here. We got Kilowattrel. There is the Magnemite line. There's Fortress. There's Glamora. And we have Girafarig already. We could do Abracadabra and Alakazam, which feel like very iconic Pokemon to not have in here. Natu and Zatu are cool, but again, we're so stacked up on flying types. Pineco and Fortress is an option. Glamora and finish it off with Shuckle is also an option. There's Houndour and Houndoom. There's... the Exploud line. There's the Flygon line. There is the Roserade line. Yeah, I want Altaria in, so we need a single stage evolution Pokemon here. Unless we see something that outperforms Altaria here. I do like Shuckle, but I'm going to scroll through the list anyway, just in case. There's also Baneri and Lopunny that we don't have, which is a Mega. Do I want to get rid of Kilowattrel for something else, maybe? Are there any Pokemon that we don't really care about at all in here that we could pull out? I guess is another good question to ask. Because everything else is kind of in here for a reason already. Feebas would also come with Melodic. We do already have 2 Meowth lines. And then we have Nickit and Thievul. So we could get rid of Purloin and add in Feebas and Melodic. Carbink is already in, I believe, yes. Yep, it is. I think I'll do this just because... there is the other alternative. We could technically expand the Pokedex to 420 slots for He Who Ha Ha Funny number. Which, in this case, given that we have 10 Mythicals, that would give us 10 extra slots. So we could add Shuckle in here. And then we would have Magearna. We would have Marshadow. We would have Deontay, we would have Genesect. We would have Darkrai. We would have... Oop. We would have... Meloetta. We could do Meltan and Melmetal instead of one of them too, but, We could do Shaman, Victini. And what is the one that I'm forgetting? I like Meltan. Oh, Volcanion. That's the one I'm forgetting. Nobody thinks about Volcanion, but Volcanion fits too well for the steampunk town as the mythical to not be that. Alright, so we have 10 more slots, basically. And aside from that, our Pokedex is filled. The reason that we have these down here is this is just for double checking to make sure that we have a suitable number of Megas and G-Maxes and stuff. But yeah, they're not counting towards our total Pokedex number. These down here, though, are actual slots, though, for us. Just because I don't want to have to move everything down so much. So... I'm gonna get rid of these just so that the starter slots are open again, so I know where to fill them. And... you know what, we can move, everything down by 1. And then we can put our Pokemon here. Alright, so we have 10 slots left. What do we want to do with them is the question. Yeah, I think Glimmet and Glimora can go in here. Melodic we already got. Flygon I think can go in just because it's cool. It's Vibrava. Trapinch. Alright, let's give this one more big scroll and see what we got here. Again, I think the Alakazam line could go in. Like... it just... like, when I think Psychic type, I just think the Alakazam line, you know? How many Psychic types do we have? Psychic's a little bit underrepresented. Not as bad as certain other types. Alright, Lopunny. And Baniri. Did we have 3 slots left, or did we have 2? Because these were the 9 starter slots, so I think we could just add the Alakazam line in, and we're done? Is there anything obvious we're missing? I'll give this one last scroll just so we can see. Zeraora is not already in, actually. There is the Exploud line, but I think I'd rather have the Alakazam line. Same with Aggron. The Rosalia line is maybe, but I think, again, the Alakazam line works better for this. What region are we doing? We're doing the custom region, but we just have, like... We have 3 more Pokedex slots to fill. Yeah, basically we're just trying to find something that we think would fill these last 3 slots better than the Alakazam line. We could also technically put Purloin and Liepard back in and put a one-stage Pokemon in. And we have a lot of dogs already. We do have Gallade, yes. So far, I'm not really seeing anything that would, like, disjoint Alakazam here. We've got Cubone. Yeah, that's everything. I think we'll just do the Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam line, and that would give us our full Pokedex. Let's just go back down here to the Mega Pokemon. And we will add in Mega Alakazam we added Medicham, we added Altaria, we added, whoop, I scrolled way too hard. We added Lucario. We added Darkrai. We added Drampa and Glimora. Did I not put Lopunny in? Oh, I didn't. I missed it. There we go. Now let's look at our G-Max. Is there anything that we were missing from G-Max that we added? Appleton and Flapple, I'm just going to have be the one on the thing there. I think we added the Machamp line? Yeah, we did. Regional forms. I think we got them all. As for our Paldean Pokemon. Dunsparce not being in is slightly unfortunate. Tsuchinoko not real. There's no Hisuian forms we've missed. I think we're good. I think that's it for the Gmax. I think that's it for the regional variants. Because that's all the Alolan. This is all the Galarian. And this is all the Paldean. And this is all the Hisuian. So we have all of those. We've got all our regional variants, we've got all of our Pokemon, we've got all of our Mega forms, we've got all of our Gmax forms, and then we've got our Mythicals down here. The Mythicals would technically push it to the 420 slots. But I think that's it. I think we're good. So this means that now our Pokedex for the region is complete. And I'm quite happy with the layout that we have for it. I think we have a really, like, just good variety of Pokemon combined with, like, a good mix of fan favorites and a good mix of, like, underrepresented Pokemon that could probably use a little bit of a buff. Electric and Fire and Ice and Water are a little bit underrepresented, but I feel like they're almost a little bit overrepresented in regular Pokemon games. Whereas stuff like Poison tends to be pretty bad in a lot of regular Pokemon games. Like, so many Poison types are given the short end of the stick. Same with Bug types in terms of, like, just being viable Pokemon to use. So let's shrink this down to 535 slots. We will hit submit. We will save this, and we will just... Alright, the last thing we need to decide for this stream is we have 4 names available, but this one is being reserved for a extra region, right? Like, the Virtua will be for, like, either, like, a quote-unquote DLC region or stuff like that. I don't think it fits this. So we have the Libera region, the Scripta region, or the Velia region. So I'm going to kick a poll up, but I'm kind of leaning Scripta. Libera, Scripta, Velia. It'll be a super short poll, so get your votes in real quick. Though currently it looks like the Scripta Legion's The Scripta region is kind of just dominating the votes here. Sea Shanty 2! Now we got some real jams to go with this. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Speaking of see many fish, true. Alright, so I think the Scripta region is what we're going to go with for it. Unless somebody can think of a better variant of Scripta for the region name. But I think Scripta is a pretty fun region name. We're not calling it the Sussa region, Passel. This is why you're in the Parawiggler. Like, you could have maybe not ever gotten into the Parawiggler, but you have earned your fate. So, we will call it the Scripta region for now. I will leave Libera and Velia as potential extra options for other things in the future. But this brings us to the final area of our stream. First things first, I'll put the links here. I'll put the full Pokedex up on Blue Sky, and I'll also put it in the Discord. There is a channel for the Cobblemon stuff. So I'll put that there, so that's there for, like, things in the future. I don't want farming music. There, that's fine. But yeah, I'll put that in the Discord. I'll put that on Blue Sky so that you can see the Pokedex and stuff like that. Next stream will be on Sunday at 7. We'll be doing Little Witch in the Woods. As for custom Pokemon and custom region variants and stuff like that, that will be a later thing. The next plan is, because I want this to get to the point where we can actually get in Minecraft together as a group and start building and working on things and having fun playing games together instead of just like sitting here designing. I love the design stuff, but I also love playing games with you all. So I want to be able to get us into Minecraft at some point. So I think the next big thing that I want to work on for this is I want to take our little, like, map here, right? Like the one with this little Among Us on it. And I want to build the topography of the region. Get our rough elevations in, stuff like that. Get our rough distances between towns. And what I can do then is there is a program called, what is it called? World Painter. I have it installed. I've used it for other projects before. But there's a program called World Painter that will let us basically take the region and we can define the biomes and we can basically paint in the whole, like, topography of the region and load that right into Minecraft. And then we have all of the, like, most basic aspect of the terraforming and the world settings done. We can also put in, like, placeholder blobs for, like, where the towns and the routes are and stuff that we can kind of build around and through to kind of serve as guidelines for us. So the next thing that we'll want to do is the biome settings, the topography, stuff like that, and just get everything set up so that we can actually port it over into Minecraft, and then we will finally, just kidding, have one more week where we will need to plan things, where we will decide on our final mod list for the server. And once we have the final mod list set up, we have the topography set up, we have all of that ready, we will finally be able to actually go into Minecraft as a group and start building together and start actually making this region into a reality. And I think that will be a really, really fun time. For now, though, I need food. It's a little bit later than I had expected to go. So I am going to find somebody to raid. And we will see who is live. Not that many people live right now. Moriko's live. Are we going to have a design talk about said topography, or are we going to wing it? Both takes are fine. Probably a mix of both. I'd like there to be some amount of internal logic to it, but we're not going to worry too much about, like, you know, oh, why is this here? Why is this here? There's Pokemon. Pokemon, you know, naturally change the environment they're in to a degree. So I think we can kind of get away with a little bit of modification here. But for the most part, I'd like there to be some amount of internal logic. Like, not really a desert, you know, bordering a glacier type deal. We'll just do Moriko. Moriko's always a solid raid. She seems to be doing some sort of Mega Man thing. So I'll send y'all over that way. And next stream will be on Sunday, which will be Little Witch in the Woods. On Wednesday, be sure to get Seal Online downloaded and installed if you would like to join us for exploring old dead MMOs as a group. And then on Friday, we'll be back with more Cobblemon. So, as always, thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for indulging me in my silly design fun times. I love doing stuff like this. It's always a great time, and I appreciate you all joining me for it. And, finally, until next time, hoolaloo!